Just having a little trouble getting Hollow Knight up, and I do want to check on. Oh, and I do want to check on. And I do want to check on. Where are you? Okay, there we go. I could hear my broadcast, but I couldn't find it. So looks like we are ready to go, and I've got all of my got all my settings up. So good news there. Sorry for the slightly more muted start. I'm trying to catch up. Oh, I didn't check to see if the game was tagged properly. Well, while the game is loading, yes. All right. Everything is tagged. We have our quality settings. Life is good. Again, I'm trying to get past the long intros and that. I did want to say one very quick thing about the broadcast. I had a set of plans for the week, and then I was given a key for something, which I think looks very interesting. And then I had something of a difficult decision to make in terms of what to stream. So people have been very clear that they want to see more Hollow Knight, and I will continue on that line as much as I can. And it was also the idea that ideally they would see more than one stream of Hollow Knight a week. Although given the length of the game and the fact that I already have it dedicated, hey, how you doing, Mad King Brodos? It's great to see you as always. Thank you for stopping by. The problem with you joining so early is that if I do a shout out early on, I don't get a chance to, there's not as many people to to share your talents with. That's fine. I'll try and get a little bit better at remembering to do those deeper into the stream. I think you might have been gone during Phantom Brigade when I finally got around to it. Anyways, so I was given a key for something which I actually think looks really interesting. It's probably a good fit for the stream. But they got back to me really, really quickly. I actually thought that there would be a bit of a delay. And that's put me in a tough spot in terms of figuring out what I want to do. So here are my broad strokes for what I would like to try and do this week. Definitely Hollow Knight tonight. And if I can, I would actually like to do an extra stream for that game specifically tomorrow. But I did also promise to do something special for a friend. And while the start times have always been sort of indeterminate, it makes it very hard for me to sort of plan a special extra stream. And so if I'm able to get an extra stream in, that will allow me the possibility of doing Hollow Knight on Friday. And because there's the possibility that I want to do this special stream, and it may be that Thursday is sort of closed as an option, I may have to sort of fall back and do something a little bit different. But we are going to enjoy the game that we have tonight. I, of course, could have done the game today as well, but I do think I said that I was going to do Hollow Knight this week. And as always, my plan is going to be to try and cover this game as much as I can, but I don't want to become a Hollow Knight only streamer. So, hello, Johan, how you doing? So let's jump back in. So we finished our fight with the beast. Now the title is a little in the wilds beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret, for none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed, base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast, as they had never dreamed. From Elegy of Hollownest by Monomon the Teacher. Did I accidentally start a new game? I think I did. You're sitting here anxiously for MELE. Oh god, that's going to be coming really soon, isn't it? All right. So apologies, but we are not going to be starting from the beginning. Nor will it be the speed run as Johan. It would be. I will admit, it would be interesting to. It would be interesting to try speedrunning, but I feel like that's not the sort of thing that I just do casually. So, you know, one thing I do think is that's kind of interesting, and again, this is going to be a little bit of preamble before we get into the game in earnest. But I think one thing that is kind of interesting about I also need to remember how the dream nail works. Yeah, there we go. One of the things I do find kind of interesting about Hollow Knight is that obviously that opening cinematic, if you have not done anything in the game, doesn't mean anything. It's, you know, you get introduced to the character, and you sort of establish some space, but that... What am I doing? You know, that statue obviously is something that we've been encountering in other contexts now. But what I do find so interesting about that opening cinematic and sort of just the general shape of Hollow Knight is that it's a very large game. It's the sort of thing that you're not necessarily going to finish in one sitting. And there's other games like this as well, but ones that sort of give you some indicators of sort of forces or the basically things you'll be running into later. And I've always wondered in games like that whether or not you are intended to recall that image from, you know, the opening cinematic at the you know, when you run into subsequent references, or is that something that's there for people who, you know, do a second run of the game? And I can kind of see it working both ways. I don't actually have a strong view one way or the other. I think I know the direct way out, but I figured I might as well fill up my souls while I'm on my way out. You know, it's a little bit like when you watch certain kinds of movies. I sometimes think the really famous twists for some movies aren't. I mean, they're very effective in terms of sort of getting an immediate response from the audience. No, that's my fault. I should have dashed. Now I'm really committed to filling up my souls. But you do have kind of two sets of stories that have these, you know, these twists or these, you know, or, you know, something like an unreliable narrator, or just generally stories that are kind of known for a big reveal later on in the telling. Now, some of them will, you know, just rely on the initial shock, and then, you know, subsequent viewings aren't necessarily all that enriching. It doesn't mean that the surprise isn't rewarding when you first encounter it, but it's sort of there for a one-time effect, and that's really all there is. I didn't mean to hit that button. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what my job is here. I'm assuming they didn't just put this in to look cool, but I need to figure out a purpose for it. Heard you talk of Doom Eternal. You should play Doom Eternal. I actually don't even own Doom Eternal. And welcome, Night Valiant. It's always really good to see you. You're always honestly tempted to get into Doom Eternal speedrunning, mostly in glitchless. Honestly, the speedrunning usually isn't my thing. It's too stressful for you, and you get distracted too quickly. Yeah, well, this is just it. Like, I really enjoy variety, and I really enjoy... So one impulse that I think would line up with speedrunning for me would be the opportunity to sort of get in really deep with a game. Obviously, speedrunners understand the games that they play incredibly well, and so being able to engage with a game on a deeper level, you know, I think is rewarding in its own way. But I do sort of have to wonder whether, you know, whether or not the rewards from that would balance out some of the other factors that maybe don't drive me as much. in terms of a game. Anyways, I was failing to rant about surprise endings and that. But anyways, there are some which are very effective. I mean, both of them will be effective. Both of them sort of produce the intended effect in the moment. What's maybe less clear is when you encounter something like that in a later. I'm trying to think of like the repeat, let's say, for lack of a better term. Sometimes it's a little bit more rewarding to encounter. I'm thinking I should probably just go. I'm just trying to think of the best way to get to the bottom right. You know what? I'll just walk it. Usually the ones that still hold up on subsequent viewings are the ones that you really cherish. Oh yeah, this is the biggest reason for me to go here is that all of you hate it. Or at least find it stressful. Oops. Anyways, the reason for bringing it up was just the idea of, I suspect probably this game is sort of built in such a way. That was a mistake. I meant to climb up, but I feel like the game is sort of built in such a way that it wants to reward sort of subsequent playthroughs with a better understanding of what's going on. I need a minute to heal. Oops. Ugh. But anyways, it's something. Basically, I should wrap up the thought because it's not that important. But I'm always a little bit curious when I see sort of these more suggestive opening cutscenes in very long games because I don't know about you, but my interaction with games tends to be rather casual out of all of the things. So if I'm reading a book, chances are I'm going to remember a given character. Let's see if this is any different. It returns. I do apologize about before. No matter. My appetite oft gets the better of me. For now, at least, I'm content. Would you like to hear about myself? There's so much to say. I'm a servant to the nest, though few in recent times would seek my service. Our brood is lost to that pestilence of the mind, a sad fall for the most intelligent species. But I've eaten, yes, and full. Then again, another little morsel would make me oh so happy. The perfect end to a meal. But yeah, so if I'm reading a book, generally I'll probably remember, a particular character or a particular sequence of events and feel reasonably sure about what's going on. Man, I really got turned around here. But when it comes to games, I very rarely will remember little details in cinematics, but of course those are created by people very familiar with the game. And so there usually are shots in there sort of very intentionally and by design. Glitch, this is your favorite category. It's more to change the game played optimally than glitching through walls. I mean, it is kind of... I do find some of the glitches interesting, and it's really interesting to hear how developers talk about it. But yeah, I really should probably check out speedrunning more than I do. I mean, it's obviously very popular, so... My dear, aren't you kind, checking again on my well-being. I'm ever the caring host. I can't understand why more don't visit in your manner. Now, you won't mind while I take just a little bite. Just a leg, perhaps. A full belly is the best path to happiness. I need to watch Games Done Quick, all of it. I wonder if they have any kind of restriction on content, or if you can do a react video to speedruns. Oops. I think because I equipped the long nail, if I ever switch that thing out, I'm probably going to wind up with a very weird sense of what I can actually accomplish. So the question to me is whether or not it's worth it to try going up again. Because I have a feeling I've been there, but I don't remember offhand what it got me. Nope. That's really interesting. I think what's so surprising about that for me is, at least for a while, I felt like I had a pretty good idea of my audience and what people were interested in, and I'd never really thought of speedrunning as something that that was that popular. But it's not the first time people have not just talked about, but have really strongly recommended Games Done Quick. It's not that I've never seen it, but it's maybe not. It's not the sort of thing that I have all that much. Like, I know of it, and I have seen some runs, but I don't sort of make special time for it. Okay. I don't even know why I thought I could do that. Oh, that's mean. Maybe I haven't been here. I mean, it sort of seems familiar, but I'm having trouble putting my finger on what I found here. Ah, yes. Mask, bro. Mask a face. Does it need one? Does it not? To define, to focus, to exist. That wasn't the easiest journey, but it was worth it. I sure do make some interesting decisions sometimes. Heaven forbid we not have to take on one of these guys. It's a little easier when they can't go past that point, though. I know it's tedious, but I prefer not to lose health stupidly. One thing I really like about... So obviously, you know, there's quite a bit that's been discussed in chat about Deep Nest and how it feels. One thing I really like are those eggs that when you step on them, those ones. Just because... You know, the environment's already brought in a certain degree of paranoia, and of course it's, you know, you've got your lighting. It's sort of hard to get a read on exactly, you know, where everything is, and even though there's absolutely no threat to you, you're still a bit on edge, and it's a technique. It's not absent from other games, but I feel it's sort of underutilized, which is, and I mean, I think I kind of understand why. There is a tendency when people do horror games, anything that successfully frightens the player gets called a jump scare, and everything else isn't. And I don't think that's right. Like, I do think that a lot. I think by and large, horror games actually come by their scares a lot more honestly than I think gamers let on, and especially for streamers, because obviously there's ego on the line, which is so bizarre because it is completely fine to exhibit normal human emotions while broadcasting. In fact, I would suggest that is part of the appeal for most people. And I mean, if you're playing a horror game, presumably you're doing so to have a few jumps. I mean, I say this as someone who generally is rather stoic during those kinds of games. Okay, let's see what we can do about our... I have a feeling we're probably not equipped to handle this. Rebel without a grub. How you doing? When is our next horror game on your stream? Do you want to see me do another horror game? I can think of you. I can think of a few. Watching a YouTube video of this, areas like Deep Nest are made to be hostile and aggressive, hence all the spikes and the weird way to traverse, somewhat like a nightmare. Yeah, I think that's... There's a lot of very specific choices that are being made in here. But yeah, I feel like more games could take advantage of the, you know, startling but ultimately, you know, safe interaction. So the thing about Hollow Knight is that it's not a horror game. So nobody's going to say, oh, jump scare when those eggs open up. But I've always sort of had my fingers tense over the jump or the attack button whenever I hear that noise. Okay. Just because, you know, it's a hostile place, and it's no longer just stalactites falling from the ceiling. It's, you know, enemies kind of come from anywhere in this place, and you can't rely on enemies staying dead. So it's I think it's really consistent, and it's really neat that, I guess basically what I think Deep Nest winds up doing for you is it creates a, so by making everything not necessarily hostile, I think it actually heightens the tension, because of course you can't, you know, if everything would attack you, then you know that every time you hear a noise, that's a sign to do something. But if some things seem like they can be attacks, and then they ultimately don't pan out, it's potentially even worse, because you never really know where you stand. And like I said, there are other games that do this and do it well, but I think, especially because a lot of the discussion in chat has been specifically about the design of Deep Nest, it's a feature of this area that I like quite a bit, or at least respect. I don't know if I necessarily like having hostile things. Now, I don't think I'm able to get through here. You'd pay bits to see a horror game being played, just as long as you do a sufficiently loud, startling bit tone. Oh yeah, so I should do like a single gunshot. Yeah, actually, one of the things that's really funny for me is that the games don't really cause me to jump that much. But if you were to have like the sound of a gunshot go off while I was playing something, even something like Soma, which wasn't necessarily all that frightening for me, that's actually really effective at making me get startled. It's weird. Like I think it's probably because with my focus on the game, the jumps don't always produce the jump. But outside forces, because my I think basically what happens is the horror game's really effective at getting my concentration, and as a consequence, I'm a little bit more susceptible to external sources. So yeah, maybe if I were to do like a spooky bit sound, that might work. The sound of your fridge when you go to the kitchen in the middle of the day. I've never been that bothered, but then I like almost never have groceries in my fridge, so like the amount of groceries that I will have at any given moment. Now I kind of have an excuse because we're in lockdown. We can go out for groceries, but like I kind of take those orders seriously. Like if someone says don't go outside, I don't go outside except for the absolute, the truly essential moments. But I mean, even if we weren't in a lockdown, I have like you've screwed up being a grown-up levels of groceries. I don't actually own Phantasmophobia. I really like the look of that, of the like zombie or the parasite creature. This whole area swarms with deadly critters, biting, burning, scratching types. I thought I'd test my strength against them. Now that bravado has left me and all I feel is tired and sore. I'm taking what brief rest I can, and then I'm off in search of a less terrifying challenge. This nest is no place to die. Actually, while I'm at it, I don't know what the attendance is like, but it gives me a chance to get the shout-outs, because Mad King Brutos has recently taken up streaming. Now, I haven't actually seen you online for the last little while, but it might also be because our hours are different. Mad King Brutos has probably jumped into Phantom Brigade even harder than I have, but has been a long-time viewer, and definitely somebody who's been fun to both play games and watch games with. I've not heard of Maid of Scare, and Back 4 Blood is the new game from Turtle Rock Studios, who made the original Left 4 Dead and Evolve. Evolve probably is maybe a little less, maybe it's well known, but not for the reasons that people would want to know it for. And then on top of that, I've got a real gem of a streamer, Night Valiant, who just finished Ori and the Blind Forest last night. That has now moved on to Ori and the Will-o'-the-Wisps. And I'll confess, I've still not played Ori and the Blind Forest, so I realize there's probably a very healthy overlap between people who like Hollow Knight and who like Ori and the Blind Forest, so I suspect that having I mean, I have a feeling that Hollow Knight is not suddenly going to just take a radical turn and become an unenjoyable game. But certainly, my very favorable impression of Hollow Knight has pushed me towards. Oh, that didn't give me the blue stuff. That gave me the blue stuff. I'm in a tram. Oh, let's try not to lose my new health. Well, so much for that. Those ones seem to be pretty effective at taking at least 1 point off me. Anyways, Night Valiant has been really great. I don't want to say all over the map with games because that almost sounds negative. But I originally found him when he was streaming Kitfox's Lucifer Within Us, which, I know the reviews. I know, kind of a consensus that's built around that game, and I obviously really like Kitfox, and they did give me a key for the game. But I really do feel that the reaction to that game was quite unfair. I know, I would like every game I play to be, a million hours long, and I want all the games that I enjoy to last forever. I generally think it is probably better for games to be too short rather than too long. But I thought what was really interesting about Lucifer Within Us is that, as far as I can tell, I think that's the first time Kitfox has done a tram pass. I think that's the first time that Kitfox has done a demo for one of their games, and I know demos are sort of the new hotness as far as, one weird trick to sell your game. There's a lot of articles that have been written, and I think probably some of you will have noticed on Steam that there is this tendency to have prologues. So there are these games which are sort of releasing free versions of the game, effectively demos, before release to sort of build anticipation, sort of get those wish lists up, and this kind of advice ideally doesn't come out of nowhere, right? I think most developers that are pushing that kind of approach likely are accurately reporting their own experiences. But I do think in the case of Lucifer Within Us, one of the effects was that people devalued a third of the game. So Lucifer Within Us has 3 mysteries in it. And I found them perfectly enjoyable. Ah yes, this spot. It's been a while since we've been here. I find the 3 mysteries perfectly enjoyable. Maybe the game was made for me. But I think what happened was, because there was a demo released, people immediately assigned 0 value to the first third of the game, which is kind of the tutorial level. And I don't really feel that that's fair. The fact that you were able to play it without cost, that was unkind. Oh, that's right. I lost the blue. No healing that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just think the fact that you were able to play it as a preview does not mean that that part of the game is devoid of value. Let me just take a quick second here and get past the... So we had a couple of questions. I might be able to stream this afternoon, actually, when you are winding up. You have physio, so it's up in arms. Well, good luck with physio. Beyond prefers the latest story game for combat. And have I ever played Control? I actually started Control the other night. Control was one of the first games I bought with one of those Epic discount coupons. So it was interesting. I'm definitely very impressed by the RTX technology that NVIDIA's kind of been selling in its latest 2 generations of cards. So I think Control is actually a pretty good demonstration of what the ray tracing in particular, although it does also have DLSS, which is a different but also a technology that relies on... Oh yes, it's the hot springs. Hello, hello! What a thrill this is to find such a warm comfort amidst the den of beasts. This is a ferocious place, no doubt. Supposedly there's a village deep in the warren. Its inhabitants never accepted Hallownest's king. Why not join me for a time? These waters do wonder for weary legs. But yeah, so I've played a little bit of Control, but really only the sort of the first few encounters, and I'd like to get back to it, but I was spending so much time zipping between the different graphic settings so that I could kind of see the magic work. Oh, interesting. So there's something to the left which I missed. Alright, well I'm going to investigate that. I'm in a little bit of a weird place here, which is I've been given... Control's collectible lore bits are like S+ for you. I sometimes get, maybe not stressed out isn't the right word about it, but I think, as you probably noticed from Outlast 2, like I really want to find all the bits, and it's not always clear to me where the opportunities are, so I sometimes get a little irked when I'm not able to find the bits. Although I have noticed that Control is pretty good at sort of letting me know that there's something in the area that I should be paying attention to. I must confess, I've not actually played Alan Wake, which I know is one of Remedy's more recent games, and that there's a tie-in to Alan Wake, but life's not over. I still have some chances to play some other games, even if they are old. Yeah, actually, I don't know if it was in the context of Control, but people had been mentioning the SCP Foundation in chat before. I went to the site, but I got distracted before I could actually read one of the works, so... I'm really off course. But yeah, so as I was saying, I'm in this weird position where I feel... How was I going to try and accomplish this? Ah. I've got this dream nail, so I've got I've got something that potentially unlocks some things that I hadn't been able to interact with on the map. But of course, knowing where those bits are is part of the challenge. So one thing I am doing, instead of using the tramways, I sort of like walking through all of the old areas I was in, simply so I can... Oh. So this is going to be a dream encounter for sure. Ho, fellow warrior, out there. I thought I was the only one brave enough and strong enough to survive in this foul, forgotten pit. I am Galion, the strongest warrior in Hallownest. I came to this monstrous place to test my strength. No doubt you wish to test your might as well, hmm? Yes, you and I are a rare breed, quite unlike this poor fellow who has fallen before us. The world is not kind to the weak, I fear. Oh, Krusty Boglin says, just tuned in, I'm arachnophobic, but you can totally handle 2D, hoping for a nasty spider boss. Have we had a nasty spider yet? Sorry I missed your your message a little bit earlier, and thank you for the follow a few days ago. I don't know if I said thank you at the time, but glad to have you here. The world is not kind to the weak, I fear. So then, shall we do battle? Let us test our strength in joyful combat. Alright, well, this is off to a good start. Okay. I should have used the opportunity to heal. Oh, what was I thinking? That's a shame. I think I definitely could accept a loss on the scythe hitting me, but running into the bad guy, that's a special kind of ignorant on my part. I think I got a little more obsessed with healing than I should have on that one, just because I wasn't sure about the pattern for the bounce, but that resulted in me taking more damage than I probably would have if I just kept my head. So I'll keep that in mind for the next encounter. Oops. I'm a little conscious of a long and treacherous journey back to my body, so I want to try and make good time without being too reckless. Right, we can't get back to that guy yet. What am I doing? No! Did my best. Nope, there's no duck, you fool. Alright, let's get some health back before I... I went the wrong way. Okay, well, you know what? I think heading all the way up is still worth it. That gets me a closer chair just in case the worst happens. So I'm occasionally glancing at chat, and I feel like it's usually at a key moment when I should be checking my map. Now, I'm not going to fall into the trap I've seen colleagues do, which is to blame chat on my blame chat for my mistakes. But I am very easily distracted. So, but that's not. I mean, it's not terrible to get this little extra bit of insurance. This is going to cost me some health, I think. It is kind of educational when I die every once in a while to see how much I make in terms of geo, just for sort of walking to places I want to be. So as much as I would have liked to have healed mid-combat so that I could get the souls from that, I do have a rather bad tendency to fall to those guys. Oops. I'm really not that observant sometimes. That's a shame. Obviously, having the extra health on the boss would have been nice. Careful. Alright, so presumably my body's hanging around here. Well, my soul, rather. Alright, time for some jolly competition. I'm gonna say no for now. Oh, okay, well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm getting a little careless now, but that started off pretty well. I gotta keep much closer. Pity. Ooh. That's a lot of stuff to keep track of. Alright. I don't think I'm quite ready to change my loadout yet, but I'm gonna need to pay a lot. I need to pay a lot more attention. I wonder why that generated Dream. Again, there's one of those fights that benefits from nuking the boss. It's Master Geometry in Dream Time. Oh. I forgot to get the blue. Alright, that's fine. It really only got me one extra health, which clearly... So the one extra health wasn't going to make the difference one way or the other on that fight. Alright, time for some jolly competition. Again, need to pay closer attention. Oh, what was I thinking? Oh, this is going to be bad. Okay, I'm just going to hold back for... Well, I missed the opportunity. So that's fine. I just need to survive the current round and make sure he doesn't charge after me too much. I'm pretty sure the pause and the with the blade or the bounce is the point I'm supposed to heal. It was kind of clear that I'd missed the window on that, so I just decided to go crazy with the strikes. Getting careless again. Okay, got greedy there. I'm trying to get a feel as to whether or not, like, some of these times I've needed multiple attempts on a given boss. I have a fairly clear idea of how I need to approach them, and I'm sometimes just sort of failing on implementation. I kind of get the impression, though, that I'm not respecting a couple of features of that fight, and I'm trying to get a read on where exactly I stumbled. Like, there's the obvious stuff where I try and go in for 2 heals when it's very clear that's not going to be happening, and I wind up denying myself the... You know, I wind up just losing the heal outright. But I'm not sure that's where the problem's coming from. It's especially funny, too, because, like, I'll know the ones that are... Like, you can kind of tell which ones are very challenging. That one doesn't really have all that much that I haven't encountered already. I mean, I've had stuff that I've needed to be good at dodging before. But, I don't know, there's something about this one that seems to be giving me a run for money. I've got Telthas here saying, this is a great game, can't wait for the next one. Yeah, everybody's excited for Silksong. I'm in no rush, because this is my first time with it. You died more to just traveling than the bosses. Yeah, I started off pretty well. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna... Whoa! Alright, that was reckless. I should probably... Well, no, you know what? I can fill my health during the fight. Perfectly good weight. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Total waste of resources. So yeah, there's something about the movements that I don't quite have down. Again, I sort of knew that I missed my window for healing, but I am going to need to be a little more careful for the next one. Oops. So that gives me a small lease on life. Okay. Ooh, that was a tight window. Unbelievable. I'm defeated at last, so this is what it feels like to be bested. Thank you. 130%? Good lord. Thanks, Brudos. Well, thank you, all of you. I'm defeated at last, so this is what it feels like to be bested. Still, though, I am strong, am I not? When you see our king, surely you'll tell him of my valor. Yes, he sent you here to test me, didn't he? I knew he had not forgotten brave Galen. I am ready to join you now, brothers. You and I, let us leave this place together. The body of a fallen warrior. So this is how I would have gotten some extra help if I'd only looked. Yeah, I guess that would have worked, because if I went past him, that's clever. But yeah, one thing I am a little disappointed in myself with is that it's really clear. Every time in this game when I have sort of basically doubted my ability to deliver on the strategy, I've wound up making sort of stupid decisions that wind up costing me the fight. And every time I just say that healing is not the #1 priority, even when I'm down to 1 HP, it's usually been the time that I best the boss. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just a very basic fight or flight instinct that's driving me to that. Obviously, I play a lot of turn-based strategy where I get to sort of hem and haw the whole time. This whole area swarms with deadly critters, biting, burning, scratching types. I thought I'd test my strength against them. Now that bravado has left me and all I feel is tired and sore, so nothing new there. We were just at the hot springs, but I think I'd actually kind of like to head back down and go to the right this time. Yeah, that'll take me. The big thing is I need to remind myself not to take advantage of the benches, otherwise I'm going to lose my my blue masks. Go wrong. This will be a challenge. Let's see if I can pull it off. Nope. They knew exactly what they were doing when they put that there. No lurk command, Telthus. Was there something you were looking for by using that, or were you just announcing that you were lurking? I don't think, if I didn't have lurkers, I think I would have a viewership of 0, So I guess the question now is if there's any benefit to me going to the higher level. There probably is, but it's not obvious what it is. And I have to sit at the bench to be able to see it. Typically, it's just a way of letting a streamer know you're still supporting them after you stop interacting. Great, thank you. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of Twitch. I don't think I have a way of getting through this. I feel like I might have been down here before. The corpse of a Garpede. I forgot to read the lore entries last stream, so we'll probably have to go through a lot of them. But I don't know. I've never found it a hardship to read things in games. Oh. I think there's something up there. That's beautifully timed. Like you feel like you're just on the verge of getting caught. So there was a source of geos off to the side there. And I am absolutely going to let my greed get the better of me. Yay, avarice! So it's not quite clear to me what the benefit is from going down there, but take a peek. A door with an open slot. Insert tram pass. Oui. I don't know if I'm quite ready to give up on this spot yet. Yeah, let's see where it takes us. Press the glowing button. Oui. A bold decision would have been to have it start Half-Life with that opening train ride. All right, so we have no idea where this is. Another friendly place. Kind of deserved that. True servant gives all for the kingdom. Let Hallownest's pale night relieve you of your burden. Drop all geo into the fountain. No. At least not until I get a map. Old caverns, these ones. Can't you just feel the weight of the kingdom above? It's a heavy thing, all right. I reckon not many'd reach these depths. We're pioneers, you and I, at least in recent history. It's a long trek back to the shop from here. I'll be resting my legs a little longer. Not too long, though. It wouldn't do to have Zelda worrying after me. The more geo I get now, the harder the harder it's going to be to part with it when the time comes. I probably should have learned that trick earlier, that if you're on the opposite side and hit the attack button, you attack the other wall. So I seem to be missing something. Oh no. No, I think I need to find a way of jumping a little bit higher. A toll machine with the symbol of a bench. Insert geo. Oui. I still have one blue mask, so I'm hesitant to actually use the bench. I guess moving down makes the most sense now. Oddly enough, Ancient Basin I feel like we've been to before, and then I just sort of ran away in search of other locations. Hello. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter this place, or that place, no longer. Okay, so it seems like I don't have much to do here yet, other than give up all my money. But I'd kind of like to get a bit of mileage out of the. Well, now I can use that bench. Okay, not exactly the right implementation, but should fill in some of the gaps. Yeah. Your shift has come to an end. You shall return after grocery shopping and physio. Have a good shop. Have a good session. And if you... Obviously, depending on the hours, you may be back by the end of this stream, or you may be starting your own stream. Either way, I hope things go well, and I look forward to the next chance I get to see you, either at your place or mine. And just a reminder, guys, for those of you who are looking for someone, especially in time zones where maybe you find that I'm just finishing around the time that you're looking to watch something on Twitch. Night Valiant is based in Australia, so... sorry, not Valiant. Mad King Brutos is based in Australia. Night Valiant is based in South America, but he tends to keep later hours than I do. Got a cute physio touching your leg. Then I wish for you not to have a... I don't know, a replacement come in? Oops. I should still be able to make that. so we don't have that. So definitely the map suggests that there's something going on here. But in terms of my own abilities to make it through, it's pretty clear that's closed off. I might have been able to try a stomp on this side, although there's no real argument for doing so, seeing as there's no... usually if you can break something, there's a little shake. So, I have a couple of options in terms of my next move. I could unburden myself of Geo. Again, I'd still prefer to spend on what I can before I do that. It does seem that there's some stuff we can check out in the fungal waste, so I'm going to do that first. And again, part of this, at some point it would be nice to get back to the surface, just so that I can, you know, I can spend, and so that I can see if there's any new dialogue. But part of the appeal of going back to the surface is really just so that I can see whether or not there's any new sort of new developments, new dialogue, or opportunities for me to use the Dream Nail in sections that I hadn't before. We've already found, I think, 2 that way. So I do feel a little bad when I do a broadcast like this because I don't have a very clear direction for the game. So like if I'm doing something like Age of Wonders Planetfall, it might be a very involved mission, but it's really clear what I'm supposed to do. Or at the very least I can try an approach, and if it doesn't work out, you know, I have, you know, I've got, like, basically something failing to work out is still sort of an experiment basically that didn't run out, and I'm able to update. In this case though, a lot of this is really just moving around the map, and while I think there's probably a systematic way of doing it here, it's not really the way I've been playing the game. Oops. That was not good. All right. Did I mess up? Nope, I just need to get up and around. And if I am so inclined, I could go, you know what, maybe I will visit the bench. Well, I'll visit the bench if it's easy. I won't bother going for the blue health, because what I tend to notice in there... So what I'm trying to do right now is just move to a part of the map that I haven't explored yet. If I have the blue shields, I sort of know myself well enough that I'm going to be more reluctant to save at a bench, which means I can potentially lose a lot of progress if I'm not careful. I really have no excuses for that. That was just me being dumb. Come on. I do like the Mantis Claw. At this point, I'm just embracing the dumb. Wow, how many are... Real shame about my decision to get the souls on a hit is that I'm generally full up by the time I can actually make use of it, so it's sort of a wasted... It's sort of a wasted slot, but not enough that I'm willing to sort of give it up yet. Alright, so why didn't I take a look up here? Well, first of all, there's weird sounds, which is always exciting. It's probably like a dream catcher. Nope, nope, a mask. Okay, so it seems to be from the fungal waste up above rather than up here. Or down here, rather. Hey, Mantis friends. That's really cool that they all bow. Oops. Halonist seal, okay. So it's clear that I'd been to at least part of this before. Mark of Pride. Me? Okay, that's a bit of a relief, if nothing else, just so I can get a clearer idea of what's going on. Okay, so there's still something up above for the Mantis Village, and then there's something to the left in... I think that counts as the fungal wastes? Whatever the area above the Mantis Village is. So I'm going to try going up first. Although I sort of doubt my ability to deliver on a full trip up. Well, now I know why I didn't try that. This isn't even the spot I should be attempting. What am I doing? Alright, well, at least the game's kind enough to... It gives me sort of a free number of screw-ups before it becomes serious. And I suppose I wouldn't have had the Mantis Claw at this point. Hello. Far out, man. Wanderer's Journal. Oh, that's right. It's the one that says you can't translate this journal, so you might as well sell it. It's not quite as exciting as I thought it might be. That was a disaster. To be honest, I just really want to run into... Oh! I really just want to run into the mushrooms that bash their head. Proud warriors, honor bound. I'm assuming they're referring to the mantises there. As always, I'm trying to go to areas which I haven't explored yet. No, but I think this is just beyond my range. Yeah. All the enemies are so imaginative you could stare at the concepts and artwork for hours. Absolutely. I mean, it's that was one of the things that first attracted me to Dark Souls as well, was some of the bosses that I was running into. I was just really impressed by what they looked like. But obviously, like, you know, Hollow Knight is a very different style, but I mean, as I've said, like, I understand what the appeal of these kinds of games are. Not least of, like, one of the biggest reasons for that is that Hollow Knight has really given me a world which benefits tremendously from exploration. Like, if you don't spend the time wandering around in Hollow Knight, you just simply miss out on so many interesting things. I'm trying to remember what the purple sign meant. You know what? It's not the most opportune time, but I'm gonna do a proper read of the journal. So, the Crawlid, timid scavenger that crawls through the caverns looking for food, dull and pathetic, hardly worth killing. The Vengefly, flying predator that pursues its prey relentlessly. This fierce little hunter will bravely chase down creatures many times its size. Admirable. It is weak, though. I have devoured hundreds of them with little effort or care. Vengefly King, patriarch of the Vengefly colony. It swoops at intruders and cries out for reinforcements if threatened. I need to defeat one more to get the hunter's notes. The Grezler, simple-minded creature that haphazardly buzzes around, bumping into things. They only seem dimly aware of their surroundings, making them easy prey to cut your fangs on. What is it that guides them on their paths? It almost seems like they search for ways to die. Grezmother, mature Grezler that carries its young in its belly, attacks by hurling its huge body around. A Tik-Tik uses its small sharp claws to climb among walls and roofs, spends its time tapping its way through the roads and caverns near the surface of the kingdom. Sorry, my legs are getting a little tired, so I'm perching on the chair a bit just so I can be in a different position. If you're patient, you can wait for it to come to you and pick it off. An Aspid Hunter beats its prey by spitting corrosive liquid, often hunts in packs. Cunning predators that will try to pick you off from a distance. Don't try give them any space, just charge in and cut them down. You'll find that they are not so cunning once they are dead. An Aspid Mother carries its eggs of its young inside its belly, can hatch and birth its young as needed to deal with intruders. Aspid hatchling, recently birthed, these young aspid instinctively swarm around the intruders. These hatchlings are born with an instinct to kill. They still are only infants, though, and you can crush them between your fangs without thinking. Just don't let them overwhelm you with numbers. A Gome. Thickly armored, it bursts from the ground to seize prey, and in its fangs. These brutes seem to be impervious to most damage, so you can sharpen your weapons on their thick hide or just slash away at them for your own amusement. They barely seem to notice. A wandering husk, the remains of a bug animated by a strange force, wanders the roads where it once lived. These civilized bugs of Hollow Nest were weak in life, and now they are equally weak in death. Send them back into the dirt they were born in. A husk hornhead, remains of a bug animated by a strange force as it uses its horn to attack any uninfected creature it finds. These bugs have an arrogant air about them, even after dying, overly proud of their long horns. I enjoy snapping them off. Leaping husk, the remains of a bug animated by a strange force. It will instinctively leap at uninfected creatures to attack them. Defeat 14 more to decipher the hunter's notes. A husk bully, the remains of a bug animated by a strange force. It aggressively attacks any uninfected creature it finds. Defeat 4 more to decipher the hunter's notes. Husk warrior, the remains of a bug animated by a strange force, wields a nail and shell. A husk guard, the remains of a great Hollow Nest crossguard animated by a strange force. Instinct still drives it to guard its post against intruders. Entombed husk, mummified remains deformed and enraged by infection. Defeat 6 more to decipher the hunter's notes. A false knight, a maggot driven mad by a strange force, inhabits a stolen armored shell. Weak creatures love to steal the strength of others. Their lives are brief and fearful, and they yearn to have the power to dominate those who have dominated them. Life seed, small scuttling seed filled with lifeblood, which can be extracted and consumed for its healthful properties. The bright liquid inside these little fellows is delicious, and drinking it will make you feel stronger. I wonder how my own innards taste. Would it be a heinous thing to try and drink some? A balder rolls into a ball and propels itself at intruders who wander into its territory, aggressive even when newly born. Younger hunters delight in catching these creatures and rolling them around for sport. I encourage you to indulge yourself if the fancy strikes you. An elder balder, bulky and covered in thick plating, retracts into itself when attacked. As they age, these creatures become too heavy and lumpy to roll around freely. Instead, they curl up and hide from the world. What do they think of in there, wrapped up inside themselves? More carefree times, perhaps. A moss creep, weakling that covers itself in leaves to appear larger, hides amongst the undergrowth. I used to these things were merely ambling plants. When I learned that they were actually living creatures, I began to kill them on sight. This is the nature of the hunt. A mossfly, winged weakling that covers itself in leaves to appear larger, hides amongst the undergrowth, fleeing if predators draw near. A mosskin, plant-like bug that charges at foes when close. Defeat 14 more to decipher the notes. Volatile mosskin, plant-like bug swollen with infection, releases deadly gas when threatened. The gas that seeps from their growth smells invitingly sweet, but it will burn through the shell and flesh if you get too close. Fool eater, carnivorous plant that snaps any creature that comes close. Squit charges at prey with its needle-like proboscis. When they lunge at you, don't panic. Stand your ground and strike back as they come close. Obel, a fat, slow, flying bug, frequently discharges the acidic liquid stored in its round body. Does it realize what a nuisance it is, drifting around, spilling its noxious juices everywhere it goes? If you see any, make sure to kill them. A gulka, aggressive plant life that retracts protectively when danger is near, spits hard, spiky balls when foes are at a distance. Moss charger, timid creature that frightens away intruders by covering itself in huge clumps of moss. Massive moss charger, family of creatures that have learnt to bulk up with moss and live as one. Their strength in numbers, yes, but these creatures never had much strength to begin with. Cut through their trickery. A moss knight, protector of the green path, trained in the ways of the nail and shell. They hide as bush-like mounds and look soft, but beware of these warriors. They are relentless in combat, fiercely guarding something hidden deep in the green path. Duranda, simple flying creature protected by a spiky shell. Uoma, smallest jelly form, passive and unaware, but pulsing with a dangerous electric charge. Spirit of a dead ancestor, the brain of a larger creature, allowed to drift free. An egg searching for a safe place to spawn. I have no idea what this is. An Uma, passive outer being protecting an aggressive, explosive core. Ghastly, eerie creature made out of thick liquid. You can peer right through them and can't see where they keep their thoughts. I don't trust them at all. Keep away. An ambloom, simple-minded crawling fungus. Its cap is covered in a layer of hardened spikes. Lie on your belly, open your maw, and let this tasty morsel stroll straight into your stomach. A fungling, a passive fungal balloon. Internal gases cause it to float. Just a child, it drifts around with closed eyes and open mind. When I was young, my brothers and sisters would hunt each other in the nest. Now I hunt alone. Fungoon, fully grown fungal balloon, spits built-up internal gas at aggressors. A sporg detects nearby movement and fires out explosive spores that drift towards their target. Fungified husk, the remains of a bug consumed by fungus, frequently releases clouds of thick, deadly gas. Shroomling, a young fungal creature, spends most of its time in the ground but can uproot and flee if it senses danger. Looks like an ordinary mushroom until you get close, then it pops out of the ground and starts scurrying around blindly. Very, very amusing. Shroomal Warrior, fungal creature that attacks intruders to protect its young. Shroomal Ogre, a huge fungal creature, attacks by spitting corrosive venom and slamming its body into foes. Mantis Youth, a member of a proud tribe fiercely protective of its territory, launches stinging attacks with its needle-sharp abdomen. As it grows, it loses the ability to fly. Passage into adulthood is often celebrated, but as time goes by, we realize what we have lost. Mantis Warrior, member of a proud tribe fiercely protective of its territory, launches savage attacks with bladed forelimbs. If you venture too deep in the fungal forests, these warriors stand in your way. What is it they guard deep at the bottom of their territory? The Mantis Lords, leaders of the Mantis tribe and its finest warriors. They bear thin nail lances and attack with blinding speed. The Mantis tribe has bugs of old. Hallownest had no love for each other. The Mantises outlived their rivals, though, and their civilization still stands. Husk Sentry, animated remains of a Hallownest sentry, still retains some memory of its former task. More skilled at combat than most bugs of Hallownest, they are nimble but lightly armored. Keep pressure on them. Heavy Sentry. Animated remains of a large Hallownest sentry, one of the few Hallownests strong enough to wield a great nail. Winged Sentry, flying sentry of Hallownest, patrols the heights of a vast cavern in which the city was built. Lance Sentry, winged sentry of Hallownest equipped with a nail lance, charges at threats or throws its lance from a distance. A Mistake, a once highly intelligent bug deformed by the misuse of soul. These fools meddled with the soul of other creatures and lost their shape. Now they skulk through the shadows of their sanctum like slugs, hoping their old brothers will build them new bodies. Folly, once highly intelligent bug inflated by misuse of soul. I've heard whispers that the secret these fools were searching for was immortality, to live forever. I've never heard of anything so obscene. Soul Twister, highly intelligent bug that uses arcane knowledge to twist soul into vicious spells. Soul Warrior, a learned bug wielding a refined pin blade, enhances its combat prowess with a harvested soul. Soul Master, head of the Soul Sanctum, hoarded soul hoping to stave off Hallownest's affliction, but eventually became intoxicated by its power. The bugs of Hallownest tried all kinds of tricks and rituals and prayers to rid themselves of the infection, but to no avail. Perhaps the infection came from somewhere deep inside of them that they could not escape. Great Husk Sentry, animated remains of a great sentry, the most elite of the city's guards, wields a great nail and shell. Its powerful attacks cause heavy damage. Bellfly, thin wings hide a highly volatile belly. Will give its own life to protect its territory. An angry creature with no regard for its own life. A creature without fear. Can it truly be called prey? Pillflip, odd creature that adapts to changing situations by flipping over and using the limbs on the other side of its body. Blugsack, placid but putrid creature, holds rancid eggs within its gut. Shardmite, feeds on crystal dust and uses crystallized spines to protect itself from danger. Glimback, slow, hardy creature. The crystals that grow on its back provide extra protection from foes above. Large and well protected, but slow and docile. The bugs of Hallownest used to force these creatures to carry around their carts and machines. Crystal Hunter, so now we're on to some of the ones that I haven't read yet. Fires shards of fast-growing... Well, there's some additional information which I hadn't read before, but... fires shards of fast-growing crystal at intruders. Husk Miner, remains of a bug drawn to Crystal Peak for its precious crystal. Its claw pick now doubles as a fierce weapon. Bugs of Hallownest lusted after the strangest things in life. They would dig furtively through the dirt for stone, ore, and, in particular, crystals that grow at the top of the world. Nope. I just wanted to... I wanted to get... the entries that I forgot to read last time done, and I haven't been able to keep track of which ones I got the extra notes for, so I'm taking a break to read the journal. Crystal Guardian, heavyset miner of the Crystal Peak overcome by crystal growth, can discharge blazing beams of light from its crystallized limbs. Dirt Carver, swarming predator of the Deep Nest, burrows through the ground and bursts out to surprise prey. Springy and vicious, these hunters will try to overwhelm you with numbers in the tight, dark, twisting caverns they carve through the ground. Always be on your guard. Carver Hatcher, flying creature that fires out dirt carvers from its body when potential prey comes close. Garpede, giant burrower covered in thick shell plates, tirelessly travels the tunnels of the Deep Nest. Monstrously strong, they shrug off any attacks that you make on their thickly armored bodies. Luckily, if you simply avoid their paths, they'll leave you alone. Corpse Creeper, parasitic beast that controls the body of its host after the host's death. The beasts of this land have found plenty of ingenious hiding places, but none so clever as the body of another creature. If you happen on such a beast, rejoice! You've hunted 2 creatures at once. Deepling, infant from the deep nest, scuttles about in the darkness, learning the layout of its home. The deep nest is a dangerous place to hunt, but rewarding. Keep an eye out for weaker creatures you can pick off and eat. Keep your strength up in the darkness. Deep Hunter crawls along walls, roofs, spitting burning venom at anything that passes by. They can be hard to spot as they flitter in and out of the darkness. Watch for their glowing eyes. Little Weaver, a nimble spider that traverses its domain on thin strands of web, often waits in ambush. They can appear from the darkness at any moment. They seem to fly through the air, dancing on invisible strings as they silently stalk their prey. Stalking Devout, worshippers of Hera the Beast shield themselves with hard-plated forward claws and then lash out suddenly to cut down prey. Powerful, well-armored, and fast, these are no mere beasts. Study their movements and watch carefully for an opening. Shadow Creeper, found only in deep dark places, has never been observed to eat or drink anything. Zero, lingering dream of a fallen warrior executed for crimes against the king. A life defined by tragedy and triumph, a death marred by sorrow and regret, a spirit burdened by sins and memories. Better to wander the world than be cursed with glory. Galeon, the lingering dream of a fallen warrior, trained in the wilds bordering kingdom, hoping to become a knight. A knight strives not only to protect the land and its people, but the hopes and dreams of the kingdom. Galeon. Hornet, skilled protector of Hallownest's ruins, wields a needle and thread. And finally Shade, an echo of a previous life. Defeat it to retake its power and become whole. Each of us leaves an imprint of something when we die, a stain on the world. I don't know how much longer this kingdom can bear the weight of so many past lives. So sorry for those of you that don't like the reading bits, but they put the effort into putting them in the game, so I don't mind reading them. Oops. It's been a while since I've had to deal with one of these guys, obviously. Oh, come on. 3 times is supreme carelessness. Alright, I think I was actually going to try and go through Deep Nest again. I came up through the Mantis Village, if memory serves. Good lord. Too much trouble. Protect. It's kind of hard to think of any reason why I would want to be here, so... Whenever it goes silent, I get very nervous. hate these guys. That's never worked anytime I've tried it, but it doesn't cost me anything to try. I didn't need to go after that guy. I wanted to. I think it's like the first time I've gotten hit by one of those. I don't know. I'm sure I can check the VOD and find another instance, but... Now the thing is, I don't really think I've run into that many situations where... I can't really think of a lot of situations where I've run into something up here where I haven't been able to overcome the trouble. It may be that there is something I can use my Dream Nail on, but at this point it might even just be this is appealing as an opportunity to take the fast travel. Oops. I'm gonna get in the habit of reading these when I get them. Especially because I'm interested in seeing whether or not it gets a marker. No, it does not. Okay, so round. I don't think I've seen a rounder creature than this. This world certainly hides some marvelous creatures. I must hunt them all down. Ah. Okay. That's interesting. I don't have that for Fog Canyon yet. So I'm gonna have a seat at the bench first. Oh. Oh, come in search of treats, have you? I chanced upon this unique little fungus growing right above us. I found it only in the station, and the taste is just divine. This place must once have been quite the hub, built at the border between two lands, that misty drop on one side and those bulbous growths on another. Neither place seems particularly welcoming, so while my little treats last, I think I'll stay right here. Feel free to stop by any time, though I do like the quiet in this station. A little company is always good for one's health. I don't know if I'm supposed to have run into Willow before. It's an interesting character. Okay, so it looks like there's something in the fungal wastes that I haven't explored yet. I am going to take a minute to buy some stuff, though. That pass you hold, it is not for that ghastly machine, the tram. I hope you're not thinking of riding on that grotesque contraption. I thought a mere machine could attempt what we stags do. Foolish. Very foolish. This gladdens me. The Queen's Station is opened once more. This place was a bustling hub of travel, well placed for travelers visiting the outer edges of this land. You're quite the explorer to find this place. Eager to travel the Stagways? Just hop on that platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. More importantly, it gives me a chance to sip some tea when this cutscene happens. You see that tall cliff beyond the town's graveyard? That's only the base of a much larger peak. There's mines and machinery and all sorts of valuable rock forms inside. Many a traveler through Dirtmouth has headed straight for it. Feeling tired? That bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Thus I enjoy the company, not that you seem the talkative sort. Happy to keep him company. So let's take a minute here. We probably won't have anything. Still looking for something to buy? Is your geo weighing you down? Unfortunately, you seem to have cleared out everything I'd be willing to part with. Nothing left at all. I think there might be a few old trinkets down in my storeroom, but I lost the key a while ago. So no more business between us, I'm afraid. For now, at least. Get out of here and let me spend some quality time with all this geo you've gifted me. Pockets feeling empty? If you need more geo, take a trip into the ruins below and hunt around. Just take care not to fall into a haze. I won't be coming down to rescue you.
Nada.
Tram pin. Those trams sound like awfully advanced machines. Those ancient bugs must have been a clever lot. Of all the places to end up, we've picked this dreary town. I thought it was a temporary stop, but then my husband became obsessed with that old ruin. Now he's spending all his time down there. He argues cartography is a sound business, but other than you, who's buying?
Ofum Sanjo.
Are you enjoying yourself down in the ruins? At times my husband makes Helena sound a wonder, but sometimes it seems like a ghastly, dangerous place.
Ofum Sanjo.
Another wielding a weapon. I suppose you'll be leaving many a corpse in your wake. If you won't spare a thought for the dead, at least consider all the extra work you force upon those in my profession. Do as you will, little wanderer. Cut a path towards your goal. I shouldn't complain. It's your kind that keeps folks like me in business.
Really?
Hello again. How have you been faring? Have you come to me because of your regrets? Let me peer into you. You don't appear to have any lingering regrets. How lucky for you. You don't need the services of one such as I. Alright. Just in case. So let's head back and find that little spot in... Actually, there's two spots I want to check. One is in the room immediately to my right, and then I do want to fill in that little gap on my map. This is unfriendly. This is just mean. So I do want to check out Fog Canyon at some point, especially because there don't seem to be any maps of it. But I do want to, if I'm not going to be moving towards a particular destination, at the very least I want to be trying to, I do want to try and fill in the gaps of the different spots that, that have some obvious empty cases, and actually it's better for me to head down. The ones I dislike the most are the cases where I make this special trip and then there's like a seal. But I can live I can live with a little adventure, I think. I don't think this helps me. Although it's a fun well, let's take a quick look. We're here. Pretty sure I've been here. I seem to remember the bouncy castle at least. Yep, that's where one of the younglings was. This may not be the right... Oh, no, it is. Oh, yes, okay. There was a reason why this was the one that was too tall for me. Okay, so in the upper right, it looks like there's a spot that I haven't investigated yet. So we'll head there. Yeah, up into the... more up than to the right is the way to go. There we go. I thought I could get there. Oh, pfft. Okay. I know this is going to be a little, I don't want to say tedious. Like, I enjoy walking around the environments, but I'm sort of backtracking at this point, so I realize... the challenge I'm running into, actually, is... I could just rant on things irrelevant to the game, but given that I'm kind of going over material that we've seen a few times, I don't have as much to say. Although at the very least I'm going to amuse myself with some mushroom enemies. Actually, Mad King Brutus was looking for a sound to play with bits during a horror game, and I can make it the mushroom. Okay, I realize this is the coward's way out, but I'm going to sit at the iron bench just in case. The air has changed. I can smell something new. Dangerous things are drifting through here now. Are you scared? If you stay here, I won't protect you. Enough talking. You're jabbering annoying. Step over here and show me your geo. Okay. I've got nothing left to show you. Do you want something more? You're so greedy. I always feel a little sad whenever I sit down on a bench and don't have a map marker. Alright. So one of the reasons I wanted to head here particularly was there is of course that mask on the left hand side, so I don't know whether or not... Oh, that's right! I don't think I have any reliable way of getting through there. I'll double check, but yeah, that's a... Can't pass that. Oh. So either I need to find a way to stop it bubbling, or I need to find something that will protect me from that. So, I guess Fog can... I mean, unless I want to head back to that, that spot I was in before. Fog Canyon's sort of the next logical choice. Those guys are really good for getting your souls back up. Do I have any business being up here? Maybe worth it. I probably could have taken those out, but oh. I used to be so careful about getting hit, now it's just sort of like, health is a resource to be spent like Geo. I don't know why I just healed. Clearly I'm taking leave of my senses. It's also possible that down below, to the left, there's another part of the map that I haven't explored yet. But I genuinely have lost track of the parts that I have and haven't checked, so in this case, I'd like to see some more of Fog Canyon. In the darkness you hear a singular, terrifying, eldritch sound. Wah! It is too late. Okay, so that sign is pretty suggestive. Hello?
Oh, Bakura Finello.
Hello there, dearie. I was about to close up shop and run till you came along. I provide banking service if you're interested. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's so much more likely if you carry it about on yourself. My vault is much more secure. In all my time as a banker, I've never lost a single geo. Maybe you'd consider opening an account. Pay to open an account? Sure.
Just you.
You're a smart one. Next time some dreadful beastie gets the best of you, you'll be glad to know that your geo's safe within my vault. Now let's do some banking. 1 second. Sorry about that. Excuse me.
Gio, Kalala.
Goodbye then. Stay safe.
Destio.
Hello,
Gio.
dearie. Keen to do some banking? Nope. Just wanted to chat and see if there's
Gio,
anything else I can
Kalala.
learn about the world.
Destio. Gio. Gio, Kalala.
It is fun to hear the artificial language, or well, made up language. Sorry, guys. I was very sick last night. And while I sort of think I've gotten over it, I have been sort of sneezing and coughing at random. I forgot how interesting this place was in terms of sound. Oops. I feel like they give you just enough of the, I feel like they give you just enough of these enemies to be able to, kind of keep you from killing yourself on the big guys. Sorry. I still have a tickle in my throat. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, but it knocked me straight into the other map. All right. I feel like I've been through here already. Do. Well, I feel like I should have a map for this part, but I am really sorry. I don't know what caused it, but there is something that just will not dislodge itself. All right, now that is very curious. So I guess I need to go down. Ah, okay, yeah. So until I can traverse the dark areas. Overgrown mound. You have bested me, sir. I think we might have been here already. This definitely seems familiar. It is very funny when the boss music turns on and you're dealing with one very weak enemy. So that's a reasonably good indicator that I haven't been here before. The fact that there is a source of geo that I haven't touched is also a very good indicator that I haven't been here before. Wow. Consumed the Howling Wraiths. Tap A while holding up to unleash wraiths. Spells will deplete soul, replenish soul by striking enemies. I mean, that's cool and all, but why? Okay, well that wasn't time wasted. I feel like there's probably a bigger reward waiting for me somewhere, though. Right, going down in this area doesn't help me yet. Unless the wraiths do some... well, okay. It doesn't seem like it should, but... probably better to test rather than... assume. Lost. I should have done that on the bodies of the people in the beast's domain. No. It's particularly upsetting because of the blue. Ah. Now I'm mad. I will confess, I'm trying to figure out why I haven't been given a map to this area yet. Unless it's just the fact that you don't get a map to this area. But that would be very unusual. It could also be that the place where you meet Cornifer is behind one of those blocks. Well, that answers that. Oh wait, I seem to remember being here, and I think he actually is behind one of those walls. Let me in, 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 let me in. Okay, that actually gives me a fairly good reason not to pursue... not to pursue this side of the fog caverns for a while. I'm pretty sure we've done Green Path to death at this point, but it doesn't hurt to take a quick peek. Especially because there were a couple of areas where I could move. And, oh. So my guess here is that I'm still gonna, well... Presumably this spot is specifically for the speedrunners to get frustrated. Well, the ones who can't make the timing. So the fact that there's something that I can cut down makes me feel like there should be another step to this. Oh boy. Though, once our lands, a pale being lays claim to the caverns ahead. It may appear benevolent, but it does not share our dream. Be wary to wander that place. It's a clever way of doing that kind of puzzle, actually. Soulful. So I'm not 100% sure what that earned me. And I feel like there was more. There was still more for me to do. Alright, so there's something about... So clearly I can't cut through the stone. There is one thing I'm kind of reluctant to try. Well, that screwed it up. I was going to try the soul... the blast. Given the fact that there isn't something to recharge my soul, I'm going to guess that that's not how that's done. That was really bad. I'm happy to find some new areas, but I think the real kick in the shins has been the fact that we know that there's more, but we just don't have the equipment to be able to see it through. So again, this is just kind of continuing the tour of... Oh, interesting. So the fact that they gave me souls should indicate there's something I need to fix with souls. Well, maybe not. I could just be making wild guesses. Tired. Lost. I guess I already got the entry. Although it did occur to me that I didn't actually read it. Its leaves are dry and bland, the bud is unpleasantly sour, but oh, the venom in those balls it spits. Exquisite. If you have some time to spare, try drinking some and enjoy the effects. I have room for so much more soul, and I'm at a point where I'm stupidly losing a lot of it. This should give me a chance to earn a... Come back here. Yeah, I thought I was one journal entry away from these guys. I am gonna harvest it for a bit of soul, though. So there might be something for me on the upper right. But I would like to take a quick peek over here and see if I'm able to handle anything. So I don't actually need to worry about the flying guy here. Afterwards... And yeah, something beyond what we can handle right now. So the upper right looks like there's an area we haven't touched. You know what? I might be able to get a journal entry off of one of these guys. I think I need to do like 7 more or something like that. As long as I'm diligent, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't exactly need the souls, so I'm kind of wasting time taking these things out. But the traps, on the other hand, are worth it for the lore. That lasts a while. Wait, that takes the whole... Wow. Alright, I think I'll take a minute here and just have a seat. I should be able to record some things on my map too. No! Okay. Now it seemed to me that most of what I've encountered so far I would have encountered when I had the Mantis Claw. So it generally makes me feel like if there's a gap, ooh. Yeah, so I kind of feel like if there's a part that's not explored on the map, like the sort of this upper right area over here, it's probably because I can't access it with my current abilities. The one exception, though, is the Dream Nail. So even if I can't access these areas, the fact that I have the Dream Nail means I might find something relevant. No, it's as easy as that. Alright, I almost certainly have been here. I seem to remember those, sort of those husks in the background. I think there was a fight here. So then that invites the question, why isn't it on my map? Right. So fall down here, do a fight. But what else is hiding here? And if there's nothing else hiding here, why be... Like, why be stingy with the map? I wish I could get a better read on where that was coming from. Sneaky. Oh man. I want to explore all those areas now. How did I miss that last time? Oh yeah, because I was just looking at the ground. It's as easy as that. Alright. I don't expect to find too much more, but again, the fact it hasn't given me a map sort of means I need to rely on my own sense of direction, which is deplorable. My sense of direction, not the fact that they make me do that. Howling Cliffs. King's Idol. I always keep thinking it's going to give me some ability that I really need. No king, no mind. Release. The part where 100 versions of the most difficult boss I've faced comes to say hello, right? I'm sure there's an elegant way to collect all of these, like without having to backtrack, but I pretty much abandoned any hope of elegance quite some time ago. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been a bit stupid on a couple of, not even secrets, but just like on a couple of parts in the game, but generally I sort of feel like the game's been pretty fair in terms of giving me things to think about that eventually make sense. There's a lot more to this place than I thought there was. So the thing about the breakable walls I found is that they usually are combined with an audio cue, but if you're... So like a thing about a lot of games that we play is that you can sometimes do something else while we're playing them, and so if you're relying on an audio cue, I mean, it's on you for doing something else while you play the game, but on the other hand, there's a question of accessibility. Like, do they put a subtitle for the fact that there's a sound to the right, because that kind of telegraphs what's going on. I actually don't know how they handle it, but enjoying the bracing air? We're quite close to Hollownest's borders and those desolate plains that surround it. Not just the audio, the visual is not great. They have cracks, but so does everything. Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of the combination of the two that's usually sort of indicated its presence to me, but I'm sure I've missed a ton of them. In this direction, I'm about as far as I'm willing to go, though it's been a pleasant change from the tight confines of the caverns. I've drawn out a small map for the area. It's a simple one, and more for completion, really. And not knowing the full extent of a region can be quite frustrating. I chanced upon a strange bug atop these cliffs. His house isn't far from here. A very imposing figure he was, and no doubt lethal with a nail. I suspect you two might share more in common than him and I. The problem with the way that I've approached this is that I know that there are some that I've left down below. I don't mind running back to get them, but running back sort of suggests that I'm complete on the higher levels, and there isn't necessarily a way for me to know that. Well, it's the Bennett Foddy level. At least the wind doesn't come to push you over the edge. That might be it. And I don't want to go to a new map until I've taken care of... Alright. That should be... Oh, okay, I thought that was the last one. Oh, it was. Okay. Wasteland. Bugs reduced. So now I can feel a bit better about going to different parts of the map. I didn't feel too bad about having to backtrack because it was pretty clear I was whacking a bunch of those geode sources. I mean, I left a whole bunch of money on the table anyway. I'm sure some of them had, had geo that was landing on the ground. But I can, I was at least able to backtrack and pick up a sensible amount. So now, presumably, we find this strange bug. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. How are you doing tonight? I am Gorb. Bow, 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 bow to Gorb. The great mind, I am Gorb. Ascend, 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 ascend with Gorb. Okay, I gotta be careful on the timing on those. Overall, though, it doesn't seem the most threatening of attacks. Yeah, why am I not surprised there was a phase 3? Oh, that was stupid of me. What? Dashing is very stupid. Alright, let me catch up here. I am Gorb, the great mind, the pain, ascend, ascend! I am... Here lies Gorb, the great mind. Alright, so, you are doing okay, a bit better than before. You indulged in some cheap fast food. Oh, what kind of cheap food did you get? But yes, the Eyes of Sin always is a special mention. So, the Eyes of... Oh, why didn't it... Oh, there we go. So the Eyes of Sin does occasionally stream. But her real claim to fame is the mind and hands and overall talent behind these wonderful emotes. I know they're my emotes, but there's a reason why I hired her to do them. She's a very talented artist, definitely somebody who makes me... I'm definitely a lot happier whenever I get a chance to see her stuff. And she does. Hey, that sounds good. Let me see if I can... Oh, come on. Did coupons to... Oh, so I'm even more comfortable with low cost fast food. So for those of you who would like to help the Eyes of Sin buy her special food today, the Eyes of Sin has a fruit fund. Ko-fi is a really nice website where you're able to sort of support a broadcast. I hope that your PayPal's been working again. I do want to take the time to shout her out in that regard, because obviously if you are a broadcaster and you're looking for emotes, this is one way that you can sort of support artists that you like, is to be able to sort of get commissions from them, or even just talk about their art. In fact, you can also check out her Twitter, where you can see some of the work that she's done. I'm particularly fond of the grumpy mushroom that she's got. She also has a very nice fish out of water image if you just take a look at the media side. So one thing that you can do to support creators, and this is definitely something that I benefit from, is when people talk about things that they like and give people a chance to discover them on their own. But in addition to that, she does have means of support through things like Ko-fi. I think Ko-fi will allow you to give sort of $5 increments just directly towards supporting her art. And even if you don't wind up using the Ko-fi as a means of supporting her, it is a chance for you to see a lot of the really great work that she's done. And I'll admit, on top of it all, I'm very happy to have her in the channel. And I happen to know that, it was, I kind of know the circumstances under which she's visiting. Sometimes they're not always the best. and it does really mean it does mean a lot that that she still makes the time for me. So hopefully that gives you. Obviously, some of that is just about me, but I don't know. I hope that gives at least some of you an idea of why I think she's worth supporting and why I like sharing her stuff. Also, the art's just good. I hope that did you justice, The Eyes of Sin. Also, she's the one who I believe first pointed our attention towards the mushroom people. It's a long trip back, isn't it? Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Your great strength marks you amongst us. Focus your soul, and you shall achieve feats of which others can only dream. Collect soul by striking enemies. Once soul is collected, hold A, which we've got some time ago. Perfectly good waste of a blue health. Now, it's not so clear to me whether or not I would have visited this place. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Within our lands, do not hide your true form. Let it all bask in your majesty, for only this kingdom could produce one such as you. Fury of the Fallen. And I'm glad I got the extra stuff, but I still kind of think I would have liked to have checked out more of the hollow area. Oh, hardly. I don't know. It's not lost on me when you make a special effort. And even if you weren't just visiting the, the chat. I mean, you already know I'm happy to be able to share stuff with you. And if Hollow Knight's a game that really means a lot to you, then it's easy for me to play because I'm enjoying it quite a bit. But on top of that, I really like a lot of I like a lot of the stuff that you do. So even if it wasn't the fact that I just get the warm fuzzies whenever I get a chance to see you in chat, I don't know. I personally have benefited from when people talk about my stuff. And while I certainly wish I was sort of more of a name to be a draw towards the work that you do, I don't think that's a very good excuse for me not to give the full-throated support towards a project that I think you've been doing, and you've been doing well for quite some time. So it is very much the least I can do. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Beyond this point, you enter the land of King and Creator. Step across this threshold and obey our laws. Bear witness to the last and only civilization, the eternal kingdom, Hallownest. To reach Dirtmouth, most travelers take circuitous routes around the cliffs beside us. It's a hard trek, but in the Kingdom's prime, things were far simpler. There's an old pass in the cliffs that once allowed easy access. The bridge up to it has long since crumbled away, and even without it, a huge door bars entry. I can't complain, mind you. It's meant that we've only ever had to accommodate a trickle of travelers, even during our busiest times. I wouldn't want hordes of bugs to descend on Dirtmouth. I like the quiet. Do you see that tall cliff beyond the town's graveyard? That's only the base of a much larger peak. There's mines, machinery, and all sorts of valuable rock forms inside. Many a traveler through Dirtmouth headed straight for it. I know I lost the blue out of it, but I wanted to try... actually, let's take a minute here and see... Oops. Boulder Shell, quick focus... So the mark freely given by the Mantis tribe to those they respect greatly increases the range of the bearer's nail, allowing them to strike foes further away. Ooh. I would be proud if I had an extended nail length too. Yeah, I mean, my one regret is that I would have... I don't know, I tend to really like exploring as much as I can in a given area. So sometimes it's nice to voluntarily head back. Excuse me. But I think, you know, I've commented a couple of times how it's neat that this game is able to sort of get... And I realize that this is kind of a staple of the genre, but that you're able to get some extra mileage out of the levels by unveiling the different parts of your... or your different abilities. I think actually this is maybe where I think I react better to some games than others in this style of game. In the sense that if there's one puzzle in one area, and you know I've spent a bunch of time trying to get to it only to find out that I don't have what I need, it sort of feels like it's all punishment. Whereas being able to sort of see areas you were already impressed by early in the game in a new light because you have access to new abilities or you have access to new areas, I think there's something a little bit rewarding out of that. You're able to appreciate the game even more. Or maybe I've just warmed to the genre as a whole and I've gotten over my issues. Okay, Fury of the Fallen embodies the fury and heroism that comes upon those who are about to die. When close to death, the bearer's strength will increase. You know, that would be good against when I'm struggling against a boss fight, but I feel like giving up three... spots. Okay, I'm gonna go crazy here. Get rid of it. I don't want it anymore. Oh, it's because I'm not on the... That's ridiculous. I'm gonna try this. I know I'm not gonna have the compass, but... Not too surprising that there's nothing else to talk about with him.
Bapanada.
After more supplies? You've already bought so much. Unfortunately for now, you've cleaned us out of anything worth selling. Cornful will no doubt be pleased, though I do wonder what he plans to spend all that geo on.
Of whom, Sanjo?
Are you enjoying yourself down in the ruins? At times my husband makes Hallinest sound a wonder, but sometimes it seems like a ghastly, dangerous place. Probably I'm going to take a minute with the map and work out a game plan. So I suppose the city of Tyr, so we've kind of already figured that the fungal wastes aren't necessarily going to give me what I need. City of Tears, it looks like there is a big mask, and I feel like we probably have what we need to be able to handle it. Or maybe we don't. So yeah, either I should go back to the ancient basin and see what's going on. I'm a little suspicious of the fact that it says there's a warrior's grave that I haven't checked out yet. Well, I mean, would it hurt for me to go back to Greenpath? What's the fastest way that I could... Yeah, let's give it a shot. This place, we are near the surface, I believe. There is a town here. You should take the opportunity to rest. This place was once full of travelers coming and going. It seems much quieter now. Eager to travel the Stagways? Just hop on that platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. So because I don't have the compass, I'm going to need to be a little more thoughtful about how I go through the levels. But here it's basically right all the way. My, this place has much changed since I last saw it. The greenery grows so wild, the stations like to be consumed by it. I thought it was a body. I always wonder what it is about my playthroughs that I always do so wrong that people wanna play it for me. I was kind of asking for that. For moss and leaf our life is drawn, while it grows upon the path we shall never wilt. Thank you, Amanda. Oh, that is not the right answer to that. Just accepting... Okay, just so you know, I was actually really annoyed that I was being told where I should go. And the Eyes of Sin was being really nice and trying to stop a negative experience. Now we're going to have an unfortunate conversation. I don't want to be told how to play the game. And it seems that, you know, the Eyes of Sin's very kind and non-confrontational message was apparently a chance to litigate what does and doesn't constitute backseating. Please stop. And that's the last time I'm going to be nice about it. Look, if you look, it's my channel, right? Okay, I'm actually getting kind of annoyed that this is still going on here. As far as I'm concerned, that was not the appropriate response to what she said. We can move on and we can enjoy the game. I will enjoy the game regardless, but we've now spent a lot more time on this than I wanted to, and I am at a point now where it might have been a minor issue. The fact that we are continuing on this path suggests to me that there are probably deeper issues which I really don't want to deal with. Okay. That's fine, but I think probably we should move on. I appreciate you saying sorry about that. Okay, so I think that's the bench. Ugh. I think I know where I gotta go. The thing is, I really like the really long range on this thing, so I'm gonna be very sad if I have to give up my combo. I was actually going to head to the City of Tears originally, but then I saw that there was a shrine which I hadn't, or potentially hadn't touched, so I was probably not very surprised to to hear of your like of Green Path, but I don't know if there's anything else in the Stone Sanctuary for me here. Well, that answers that. My child, can you still see? Please, don't hurt me. Can't sleep with your eyes open, little one. Can't dream if you're still breathing, little one. Precious children, you speak such loathsome things as you sleep. Your claws scratch and scrape. Precious children, a monster has come for us in the dark. Will you sing for me? Oh boy. They come out of nowhere, so they're really hard to... This is a neat one. Oops. Ah! Definitely feels very precarious. Damn it. But yeah, just kind of the enemies coming out of nowhere and not being able to sort of get a read on where your target is. I don't really feel like I've ever been in a fight like this. Gotta get some more hits in. I'm very glad for the long range. It is so easy to lose your nerve seeing one of those things coming after you. So the funny thing about this one is that it really does feel like the more time you spend in it, the more likely you are to make a mistake that results in losing health. But it's also the hardest one to go really crazy with the attacks. I probably could have got a third one there. Ugh. I do feel a little bit bad about what I just did. One by one, their eyes closed at last. I felt it, a warm stillness falling over us. I'm sorry I was frightened of you. You were always protecting us, even when we couldn't see you. Take us there, please. A place where light cannot haunt us. A place without dreams. Please. Prometheus says, to speak, I don't remember. This is one of your favorites, but it takes so long and it's so tricky and so haunting. Face carved from stone. So that was definitely worth the trip. I don't know if we'll find anything else inside this area, though. I'm pretty sure I've already seen what's on offer here. I think that might be one of the first dream ones I've actually gotten on the first try. Maybe I'm... No, that's not a friendly. I might be I might be undervaluing myself, but I feel like a couple of them were ones I struggled with a little bit more than I should have. At that point, I was just happy not to fall down the hole again. So the thing that I'm a little annoyed at myself over is I've actually started to get really used to having the compass. And its absence is... Its absence is being a bit more acutely felt now. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get my way back, but... Wrong button. There we go. Those things sound so similar to the little caterpillars when they get, or possibly worms. I'm not sure which. I guess caterpillars because they have arms. It sounds so similar. And I'm like, oh hey, I got a free one. Yeah, this still doesn't give me a good read on where I'm going. I could not have aimed that more perfectly. Okay, so I think if I go up and to the left, that should take me back to the Stagway. This might be premature, but it's been a while since I've been in Greenpath, so even with the map, it's actually, I seem to remember this guy. So oddly enough, I think I could get to the Mantis Lords from here. But I'm actually a little stumped about the Stagway. I'll figure it out though. Maybe not. Wait, if this is the end... Is this really to the Howling Cliffs? I won't complain, because there was unfinished business there, but this feels so strange. I feel like this is probably closer to, it's like closer to the entrance, I would have thought. Either way, this is definitely not, not the way to the... You know what? This is starting to look familiar. Oh, less so now. Still, it wouldn't hurt to get a better sense of this place. Okay, we did wind up back at the... Hey, Mad King Brutos. The Eyes of Sin is here, and so it's kind of an automatic invitation to spend a little more time on the game. Plus, I am still discovering a few new things every once in a while. I will confess, I'm not 100% sure on the purpose of the dream fights yet. So I don't see too much value in trying to go back to the left. And then the other rightmost area, I feel like... Ah. I feel like there was a block. It was like a. What was it? I think one of those black barriers. Strong. Hello. A game that took a CD would take a bit to load is only 710.1 megabytes after you add in the expansion pack. Times have changed so much. What prompted that, Mad King Brew? I mean, I still have a few things on GOG, and I do tend to use... I mean, GOG for a really long time was trying to get past the reputation for being where you would get your old games, because those are generally not the things that people spend a lot of money on. I think what CD Projekt Red was trying to do with GOG was essentially what... Man... That was an unkind little little hiding spot. Okay, so that's where we had the fight. But yeah, so I think their strategy was basically to sort of ape you know, ape Valve and sort of have a digital distribution platform that would give them sort of a steady stream of cash to support their development activities. And but I think one of the problems that they ran into was the original brand apparently was Good Old Games. I only ever knew it as GOG, but apparently. I mean, there's still money to be made on old games, but clearly, if your appeal is for older stuff, then, you know what? Because I know I'm going to be heading back to the main city anyway, I am going to double check to make sure that area is truly inaccessible. If I say what I prompted, you'd be spoiling your stream for this afternoon. Okay. But yeah, so anyways, if you read the financial statements from, or the annual reports from CD Projekt Red, they pretty much come right out and say that one of the goals for GOG is to have basically more developers on it, more new games have their original release on GOG, and while they don't say the money part, I think the pretty clear answer is there's just more money to be made selling a full price, you know, brand new game. All right. So I'm pretty sure I've already been here. Okay, well there's a noise happening. Anyways, yeah, so that's the strategy, at least. The fact of the matter is, Humble has sort of taken that share from GOG, at least from the last batch of sort of store numbers that I saw. The funny thing is, GOG makes a really big deal about the DRM free thing, but I think that's also true for Humble. Not everything. Like, obviously, if it's a Steam key, then you know, you have the Steam DRM. But it's not a unique proposition that they're giving there. It's just what they, you know, kind of what they push for their marketing. And but anyways, where I was really trying to go with that was just talking about the fact that I still sort of use it to play a bunch of old games. which is a completely legitimate way of doing it. The one thing I will say for GOG is that generally they do a pretty reasonable job of sort of cleaning up the game for release. Whereas if you get the Steam version, it's usually just kind of dump it on the storefront, hope that it works. If it doesn't, you have a 2-hour window in which to, claim your refund. But as you say, it is kind of surprising when you get accustomed to seeing games of a certain size. I mean, I still kind of freak out a little bit each time I see it, but it's definite. Well, that explains it. I still freak out every time I see a 100 gigabyte install size. Pretty. This is why I like going in without any knowledge of games. Because this, coming in not knowing that this is inside the game is really fantastic. Joni's blessing. Joni has nothing else to say. Oh. Ah, I see you bear my blessing. I can't remember giving it, but my memory has been a little lacking of late. Isn't it just so peaceful here? Such a perfect place to rest. Okay, I gotta have a regret for doing that. That might be why Prometheus is not happy with that choice. Oh, Jesus! Stole her charm. I don't know. The game keeps encouraging me to do that to the ghost things. So. Ah. Sometimes I make some really, really stupid decisions in this game. Ooh. I thought for a second I couldn't get up there. I used to feel bad hitting the nice ones with your dream nail, but from the implied lore, it would seem that it allows them to move on to their eternal rest, which makes you feel less bad. It's like in hitting them with the dream nail, they move on to whatever afterlife exists for the bugs. Thank you. I'm throwing myself on the bed of nails as penance. Still can't really defend stealing her charm though.
Chocolate, correct this.
I chanced upon a strange bug atop these cliffs. His house isn't far from here. A very imposing figure, and was no doubt lethal with a nail. I suspect you two might share more in common than him and I. So this is one thing that weirds me out a little bit, is that I'm not 100% sure if that's referring to the dream. I was checking out chat and then I heard the sound. So that was a reactive hit. I'm really glad that turned out though. So yeah, and if you're still in the channel and are reluctant to chat, I definitely want to stress, I do encourage people to participate in chat if they want. I do just want to cover, because obviously there was, you know, what happened before. It's really just a matter of being told how to play the game, which is sort of off limits. So if you... I mean, sometimes it's just fun to watch, and if that's the only reason, you know, 100% we're okay. But I did just want to stress that it's... like you are allowed to contribute if you would like. If you don't, that's fine, but I feel like the onus is on me to make that clear. Also just to anybody who's generally watching, because, I don't know, I'm fairly clear in terms of what makes streaming work for me and what doesn't, but I also don't think people should have to feel like they're on pins and needles every time they're setting foot in chat. Let's see how many stupid ways I can lose this extra health. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do that, but now that it's been dangled in front of me... Oh yeah, no I can. So I don't think there is anything here for us that we didn't already see. I am, however, going to take a quick peek over here.
Really? Oh boy.
Hello again. How have you been faring? Have you come to see me because of your regrets? Let me peer into you. You don't appear to have any lingering regrets. How lucky for you. You don't need the services of one such as I. I do not regret my most recent actions. So what charm did we wind up getting? Joni's Blessing 4. Blessed by Joni, a kindly heretic transfigures vital fluids into blue lifeblood. The bearer will have a healthier shell and can take more damage, but they will not be able to heal themselves by focusing soul. Oh, wow, that's a really big change. I mean, I suppose in practical terms... Well, no, not exactly. I was just thinking, like, technically that's a 3 cost, because one of the reasons why one of my notches is taken up with a... with something that gives me extra souls, but I would still want to collect souls for my abilities. I have an idea of where I'd like to go, but let's take a quick minute here and see what's happening. Yeah, so I feel like the City of Tears is probably my best bet. Well, it's a combination of best bet and place I'm most interested in checking out. I have a small worry about the fact that I actually don't... So, one consideration I have about this is that I don't really think I have any abilities that I didn't have before inside the City of Tears. On the other hand, I did also have... like, there were a couple of There were a couple of places that I started looking at and ultimately didn't follow through on. It's just getting read. Also, there is a Whispering Root, which I haven't touched. So while I'm probably not going to get what I want out of the City of Tears, I think it does give me... I think it gives me the best opportunities. Then, of course, there's checking out new areas, but I may want to build differently for that. Oh, crumbs. This may not be the right one. Yep. Definitely isn't. This gladdens me. The Queen's Station has opened once more. This place was a bustling hub of travel, well placed for travelers visiting the outer edges of the land. You're quite an explorer to find this place. Well, they just call it the City of Tears in the station. All right. Oh. Look for the one with city in the title. I remember the station well. A common trip it was. Goods from all over the kingdom were transported here. Not a lot was sent back the other way, though. Okay, so the first obvious step, I think, is just to go down and to the right for the trip. So one of the funny things is that I have no reason to think it does, but for some reason I always treat the longer nail as something that does more damage. That looks like a lot. I'm sure there's probably an elegant way to get that without giving up health, but... I do like that this thing hits through platforms, apparently. I always felt a little bad that I complimented the game on like, oh, I really like the fact that the lances kind of stick in the ground, and then as soon as I said that, one of them went away. I still think it's a cool touch. I don't know, it's minor, and I'm sure it's not like resource intensive or anything like that, but I just kind of like the fact that there is a mark of the things that have happened in a place. I'm not entirely sure there's an argument for like the collective, you know, every single thing that's been chucked at you. Oh, really? I thought we had more. I don't know if you'd want to like have it persistent throughout the game, but it's just kind of nice to... I think it's a nice touch. Promised plenty, souls to serve, soul twisted. Okay, so from that, our only real option remaining seems to be down and to the right, and that will probably be where we find... That'll probably be where we find the limits of where we can go. Oops. But of course there's the Royal Waterways down below. That was kind of the appeal of going to the City of Tears was somewhere that sort of at the start of the stream I was thinking of going to, but it has the thing that kind of put it at the bottom of the list is that it's one of the most obvious places with lots of things to do. And at least in terms of like someone of my temperament, there is something to be said about the like, so being able to sort of like cut down individual areas into small little fragments that you explore. So being able to say, it's like, okay, I know that in Green Path, like, I'll give you an example. In Green Path, you know, there's... oh god, I can't even find it anymore. I guess it's in the bottom left? It doesn't feel like that's the right one. Anyways, there's a spot where I can't seem to get past any, like, this boiling water. So presumably there will be something that either lets me blow it up, or there will be something that lets me ignore the boiling water. Sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to our new store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map of this area, available now for an excellent price. Of course, we already have the map. But yeah, so with that in mind, because just for me, it's easier to sort of break down an area into its smallest components and sort of deal with them one at a time that way. I will usually prioritize anything that lets me... I kind of want to see what's in that upper left area. Plus, rain on the window. This doesn't seem right. Nope, it is. An ornate door made from glistening metal. There is a slot for some kind of key, but we don't have keys. Fair enough. But yeah, anyways, it's a very long way of me saying that. I definitely benefit, and this is true whether it's programming, this is true sometimes even in writing. Although usually if I'm writing, it's sort of in response to doing a particular kind of project. But just being able to sort of break something down to its smallest parts and be able to turn that into, you know, whatever I'm working on, for me at least, has usually been the most effective way to work. Okay, so I feel like... Ah, so we need to find a way to get there from the right. So yeah, at that point there's only one more to go down and to the right, and then failing that we go to the Royal Waterways. I heard that sound, I was like, oh wait, I gotta save a caterpillar. But that's not a caterpillar. That is something that blows up. I don't know what I was expecting there. So there was just kind of trying to fill up my souls. Gone to clear up my head. We'll be back soon. If you have something you absolutely must sell, come find me in Fountain Square. Okay, we'll head back to that.
Helmadelka.
Oh, what are you doing in this miserable downpour? Impressive fountain, isn't it? I'm sure we'd be able to appreciate it more if we weren't both getting drenched. That night up there was an important one. The plaque here mentions sacrifice, which carries something of an ominous tone. Probably meant some sort of horrible end, though it sounds like a knight's goal may have been achieved. Sorry, the knight's goal may have been achieved in the process. In all the relics I've collected, I've yet to find a clue as to what it was. Memorial to the Hollow Knight in the Black Vault far above. Through its sacrifice, the hollowness lasts eternal. Oops. You gotta remember that F button. I'll be getting back to the shop soon. If I stay out here too long, I'll get washed into the waterways. Come and visit if you'd like. If you have relics, I mean. I'm not much for chatter. Alright, well that was a little anticlimactic. So it would seem to me probably the way we access that is to go somehow from the resting grounds and then down, or possibly to the Royal Waterways and then up. But the waterways are the closest, so... down we go. I'm not sure how much time I'll spend down here, because I am already over time. What? Run for your lives! What a bizarre enemy! I hate these guys. They do kind of make me laugh, though. Now, I think I can swim in this. Yes. Okay. So again, I'm still trying to figure out... I have a feeling that when it comes to the... like, the deadly water... I have a suspicion that there's something you can do to either cool it, like either you grow immune to the boiling or you stop it from boiling. Alright, well, I'm not getting back there. That's mean. Well, I like his voice acting. Crap. Dung Defender. Ah. He sounded so friendly. I gotta remember that diving attack. Ah. I feel like it's kind of a cheat that he was able to stop my heal partway through that. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Alright. It's kind of a long trip. This is your favorite boss? I'll admit, like, it's got a really good setup, like, especially from the voice. Like, it completely leads you on, you know, thinking that that's going to be a friendly thing. My one small complaint is the fact that I really don't think it's fair to lose the souls for the heal when he's changing phases. But that's like a minor gripe. Obviously, I died in that not because of one lost heal. I died on that because I let him whack me 3 times with basically the same attack. But obviously, what makes that such an appealing fight is nothing to do with the mechanics and everything to do with the just the character design. Yeah, exactly. Like he's I would see hopefully the third Hollow Knight game will be about the Dung Defender. Or maybe it's the final boss of Silk. Maybe it's the final boss of Silk Song. Wait, what am I doing? You know, the threat is that the silk will be soiled. Unbelievable. Ugh, I suck. Getting slightly better at those things. Jesus. So clearly this is not the way back to my body, but the fact that it's promising a seat. Oh, come on! That was definitely not the action I wanted to take. Well, now I've gone and done it. Rancid egg. Alright, let's see how we can find, Thunderhaw! Fellow. Okay, it's always gonna wake up. It's weird you can't attack it, though. It's hard not to hear that as mocking now. Ah! Not again! Unbelievable. I should use that for a heal. The music for this is really good too. Oof. Oh, Jesus, that was a bad one. That's a cute that's a cute finale. Now I'm intrigued by this. Because that's water that looks like it's in the, why can I never remember the name? Green Path. You know what? I can visit this on my own time if I want. Can also tell that I'm taking a boss fight seriously when I stop talking. Okay. Back to the City of Tears. I'm assuming we don't have a map for this part. Oh no, yes we do. Man, I'm gonna have a devil of a time figuring out... Okay, it's hostile. There we go. All right. I wonder if the... So again, I'll never know this unless you know, somebody on Team Cherry is sort of recorded in an interview saying this. There's a side of me that wonders whether or not the Dung Defender has his introduction that way because when people were testing or playing the game... Oops. They were having trouble finding it. That seems to be the way that you sort of unlock the you know, this part of the map, which I couldn't have previously accessed. Maybe there is something else that he's defending, but that was sort of the most direct. Oops. It seems unusual that that only exists to give me a second level. Ah. So there's probably going to be something to make me go higher. Yeah, so I wonder if that took the I mean, it could just be that somebody has, you know, has this really good idea of, hey, you know, what if we had something that sounded friendly, and it actually turns out to be a boss fight. But it'd be interesting. I mean, it's an interesting solution to a problem, which is, you know, people don't seem to be finding this important location like they have the others. So let's just have an enemy so boisterous that the player hears them from 3 rooms away. Yeah, they take a lot of hits, that's for sure. Oh, pfft, I meant to jump. Hey, stag friend. Asking for that. Why call it Queen Station when you could have called it Milady Station? Okay, this will give me some much needed information. Interesting. I will admit this is not actually how I thought it looked. A toll machine with the symbol of a stag. Insert geo. Oui. So, I don't know, I'm definitely an hour past and I'll admit, I don't know how many people are watching, but whenever Eyes of Sin comes in, it actually gives me a really good reason to try and stream a bit longer, particularly if I'm in a favorite part of the game that she likes, but any longer, I do actually have a little bit of work stuff that I need to get done as well. But I'm not going to finish here. What I would like to do, though, is head back, check out a couple of things, just so I can test a couple of ideas that I had while I was running through. Little one, we stand in the King's Station, named, of course, for the King of Hollownest, who ordered the building of the stagways and stations. The king never rode the stagways himself, but I've heard he was a glorious bug to behold, bright and radiant in visage, so it hurt to look at him. Eager to travel the stagways? Just hop on that platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. I've also hit the point. It's actually kind of cold, but so my reactions have been getting a little slow. But I'm at the point now where I'm hitting dash instead of jump. So I think if I go too much further, I'm gonna wind up. I'm gonna wind up making incredibly frustrating. I'll be around for the next Hollow Knight stream too. Don't feel the need to go longer on my account. I feel like today especially you've definitely earned some I don't know, special treatment. I don't know, I feel like I hope you feel very welcome and appreciated here, but I feel like if I can, I don't know, I'm trying to come up with the list of things that I can do that are nice for you, and I think if I can do something to divert you for a little while, that's time well spent. But I'm also kind of realistic about there is a certain point of diminishing returns for me in terms of broadcasting where I like when I finish, I sort of feel like I went too long. But there are still things for me to do here. I really want to check on something before I go too much further. I think this will help me. I deserve that. I was really curious because I'd been able to hit people through the floor, so I was probably more hopeful than anything that. Oh man, I'm trying to figure out where I am now. Like I said, I've gotten so used to having the compass that I haven't been honing that instinct to kind of know where the hell I am. Okay, so sounds like although, I don't think I had the dash. Well, that's still a pretty doubtful prospect. Oh, Oh, so close. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do that, but... I keep hitting the roof. Yeah. I'm sure I tried that to the first time I saw that. I can't stay as long as your past where I are in Hollow Knight, but you don't want to spoil it for yourself. Have a good stream. Yeah, no worries, Remarkable Frisbee. I'm actually kind of wrapping up anyway. I wanted to see... actually, I guess it's further left. But with the... so one thing that I was interested in is it looked like a bunch of... So a bunch of the style of water that I'm seeing down below seemed to fill up when I got to the... when I hit that sort of that valve for the Dung Defender. So I was thinking that there might be the possibility that, oh god, there might be the possibility that I sort of drained something or otherwise gained access to something something else in here. That doesn't seem to be the case, or at the very least, it's not true for the parts that I've investigated. And now I'm going in circles because I'm. But I really appreciate you hanging out for as long as you did, Remarkable Frisbee. I always know it's a little bit of a roll of the dice whenever you watch someone play a game that you haven't completed already. And as I was saying before, support comes in lots of different ways. And, sticking around even when there's the risk of seeing something that you hadn't experienced, that means a lot. So. Thank you very much. I'm just debating about whether or not I want to try... Well, I guess it's the Lake of Un that I was looking for originally. I think what I'll try and do now then, I think I'll just go to the Stagway, and we'll call it a night. It'll be good practice for my navigation to see if I can get to the Stagway. I was even trying to avoid it. Oh. This is why I'm not doing anything in terms of major progress now, because of stupidity like that. So again, it's still hot, so... I think I'm really far off track. I gotta find another... I basically need to find another landmark that I'm familiar with to reorient myself. Actually, I might be making my way to the Lake of Un now. I think this is where I got the dash. Excuse me. I will admit, it's a bit of a stretch for me to try and say that something in the City of Tears is going to be affecting something at one of the furthest sides of the map. Yeah, that's... Do I want to rest here? Sure. But it does give me a chance to get back to the Stagway. Well, that wasn't where I wanted to go. That's what I was looking for. All right. I think that's going to give us our opportunity to start fresh next Hollow Knight stream. Now, we did find some new creatures, so we will finish with our journal entries as usual. I'm going to try and get a little bit better at noticing when I've earned a higher level of those. Actually, come to think of it. Yeah, I guess, I think it was the Moss Charger that we got. It's small, but it finds a lot of courage and strength once it covers itself in foliage, and I can understand the desire to camouflage oneself. But I'm going to try and get a little bit better at reading the upgraded entries as I get them. As much as I enjoyed reading the journal, I think some people will probably find it a little too indulgent to read the whole thing multiple times through the playthrough, so... Husk Dandy, former member of Hallownest's High Society, limit offensive ability. Cowardly Husk, former member of Hallownest's High Society, although made aggressive by the force inside, old instincts still occasionally compel it to run from danger. Gluttonous Husk, former member of Hallownest's High Society, uses its corpulent body as a weapon. We've already run into the Great Husk Sentry. The Hurump, tiny and placid, but swells to enormous size when threatened. The Dung Defender, skilled combatant living at the heart of the waterways, assails intruders with balls of compacted dung, fighting for honor or loyalty. You may as well be fighting for dust. If you want to kill, do it for your own sake. That is the nature of a true hunter. Flukmon, a worm-like creature that prefers damp, dark habitats. And I think that's it. Oh no, we had a couple of, names. Gorb, lingering dream of a fallen warrior, a mysterious life form that claimed to contain all the world knowledge inside of its distended brain. I am Gorb. Gorb. No Eyes, lingering dream of a fallen warrior, disappeared during the plague. They're coming. What's inside of you? Strip it out. No Eyes. And that is it for tonight. So thank you everybody for watching again. Again, it's been really nice to experience. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm learning more about what you like about this game as I play. So it's nice. I hope. So I don't know. I hope it's a chance for you to get as much out of it. I actually really like having you here. I like having you here in general, but I really like having you here for Hollow Knight because I know it's something that means something to you, and I like to hope that it does something to improve your day. But everyone, I'm obviously very grateful to be able to have people to share the Hollow Knight experience with. it's unique. I don't always get a chance to try a game which is giving me a better appreciation of a new genre. I mean, really the most recent example I have of that is going from really not liking Skyrim all that much to being actually rather impressed by the Elder Scrolls Arena and coming to appreciate what people see in that series by playing all of the entries together. And of course, that's a series where I'm doing the silly voice for it, and it's pre-recorded, so while I will talk about the game a little bit during it, it's different than Hollow Knight, which is obviously live, and I'm sort of able to finally pick apart what people really get out of the Metroid-style games. I sort of get this feeling of what people... Actually, you know what? This is going to be a weird analogy, but it's a bit like drinking. So, like, you drink to... Okay, sorry, I'm making a huge generality here, but, like, because sometimes feels like drinking is pursuing the pleasure that, like, the adults seem to get out of it when you saw them drinking and you weren't allowed to. I'm not sure it's actually all that fun on its own. This probably says a lot more about me than people in general, but yeah, I don't know, like there's something neat about finally being able to appreciate games like this, because in the end it's it's the same as I say about a lot of genres and a lot of different things. Obviously I do sometimes become prone to negativity. Sometimes I do fall into a case of trying to produce an us versus them kind of a narrative, because it's it's an easy way to bring people on your side if you can define an out group. But to me, it is really nice to be able to gain an appreciation of of something new. Having more options is, the worst that happens in it is something for you to ignore. I feel like that's a fairly small price to pay in order to be able to have a lot of variety. It's actually one of the articles that I'm going to be trying to write somewhat soon. It's just, it's taking a lot to get the data. But I don't know. I hope you guys enjoyed watching. Now, Mad King Brutus, I don't know if you're planning on streaming tonight. I do see Night Valiant is doing Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and I feel like that's a really good one to send everybody else along to, but I didn't want to foreclose on the possibility of hosting. Okay, are you going to be starting right away, or should I send it off to Night Valiant for now, and then when you get ready, I just just launching the stream? Okay. So I will, just in fairness, because we don't know what Brutus is streaming, I am going to shout out Night Valiant again. I host him a lot, though, so he is currently playing Ori and the Will of the Wisp. And when Mad King Brutus, I try and be a little bit fair. Actually, there's a couple of other people who are online, too. So we've also got Apocalypse, who's streaming Stardew Valley. But I do want to see what Mad King Brutus is up to tonight. So thank you everybody for watching. I am going to I'll probably say on Twitter what I'm up to, but if I don't find another opportunity to do this game that somebody gave me a key for, I'll probably do that on Friday. But as always, if you want to know what's coming up next, either check out the channel, or I'll usually announce it on Twitter when I know what I'm doing. But apparently, I'm still looking for Mad King Brutus on my list. There we go. I'm gonna toss him over to you. Toss you over to him. I hope you have a good time on his channel. And for the rest of you, I will see you. I'll see you either next Hollow Knight stream or next stream in general. Not at all, Isefson. I particularly appreciate you stopping by tonight. I'm sure I'll send you. Oh, that makes me feel really good then. Thank you, Isefson. I'll probably send you a message later tonight, because I want to do something else than stream before I go to bed. So anyways, have a good time in Mad King Brutus, everyone. Thanks.